Why, welcome everybody to a new a new game here on The Gathering Presents. Specifically, you've come in right now to us planning a session 0, or rather doing a session 0 of Warhammer 40k Wrath and Glory. I would like to introduce you now to my absolutely wonderful players who have decided to come and join me in this meat grinder. I mean adventure. So why don't we go down the line and let you guys introduce yourselves to our wonderful audience? And I think we shall start at the top and work our way down. So 12-sided, you are up first.
I was gonna say if you go alphabetical, but I'm screwed either way there. Darn. Uh, Hello everyone, my name is Sebastian, otherwise known as 12-Sided Guy, the dodecahedron. I will be playing a Kroot I've yet to name, and we'll figure out the backstory in this session.
Yes, we will. Next, we have Bart Nader.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Bart Eater. I'm playing an orc, a weird boy by the name of Young Gorshmak, who's really just looking to blow up some other orcish heads if he can manage it.
That is the wonderful part of this. And next, we have Macabre Derek.
I'm sure that I require no introduction to many of you, but to the one or two you in the audience, don't worry, I see you. My name's Macabre Derek. I am a VTM and art streamer, and tonight I will be playing Tharashi the Pitiless, Drakari Witch, and, well, let's just end up seeing how well you end up living in the gladiatorial pits. The spectacle will be fantastic. I hope you brought a poncho. Those in the front row may get wet.
For the glory of Komura. And finally, we have Mitwad.
Hey, I am Mitwad, and I'm back for more torture by Mr. Complex's hands. You may have recognized me from last week's running games of Shadowrun as Kusha Kusha. This week I am Fio Town PR, a Kroot mercenary, working for the Drakari.
Yes, we have some very interesting links already set within this little menagerie of Xenos. Because we had a little poll off screen as I was getting everything set up, in the weeks leading up to this, and we decided that this was going to be a Xenos campaign. So, Imperium be gone.
My apologies.
No, it's more than fine. There are many ways to attempt to enjoy the 41st millennium, and, well, oh, this is just one of them. Yes, I had I actually, speaking of that, we had I had a amazing offer from a friend of the channel by the name of Coffee Cat, who did up this new overlay for us, and I am very, very thankful to him for that. It was he did it pro bono, and I'm yes, Coffee is here. Give me a second. I'm going to give you a shout out. He streams Vampire the Masquerade, more specifically San Antonio by Night, where we just went through a absolutely massive massive session that's pretty dark. So, you know, make sure you go give him a follow. Yes, it was a long session. We went 2.5 hours overtime. I don't care about that in the slightest. But that's enough about the past. So let us turn to the present, or more specifically, to the future. Now, we have some basic stuff to go over first. And that is the framework of this little game. I have two different sets of stories that we can do, which I have pinned in our little secret chat. For those in the audience, I shall relay them to you such that you know what it is that's going on. Give me a moment. I'm going to cue some music through Roll20. That'll work. I realized that this scene hadn't had the auto music set up. I'd been doing a lot of work last night. Gives you something to listen to while we speak. There we go. So, the two frameworks that I have presented to the players are thus. You had all, for various reasons, been captured by a small retinue of Imperial forces, and were to be taken to the penal world of Graxis for processing. Read that as interrogation, torture, and then execution, in that order. Of course, what the navigators of this penal ship were not expecting was to be drawn to another planet by a powerful gravitational force, forcing the ship to crash, and freeing you from your prison. Your goals would be simple. Find out where you are, what's going on, and find a way to get off the planet before whatever darkness lurks within its depths decides to start coming after you. The other is this. Silence lingers across the planet of Silvanus, the sounds of gunfire, bolters, shooters, shuriken and splinter, Gauss, Tesla and plasma, replaced with naught but the howling of wind. You have been contracted by the road trader Helvis of House Arlian to retrieve an artifact of considerable power, something that his own crew couldn't retrieve for some reason unknown to you. He's offering a pretty large reward for it, so either the money allures you, or maybe you'll take it for some darker purpose. Either way, Silvanus and its riches await, but so do its dangers, and the ghosts of battle long past still linger. So it's a fun little thing that I've got. You could either crash land on a death world and attempt to survive, or you could go and do a little bit more of an intrigue-based secret delving style, whereupon, well, you may find that you've bitten off a little more than you can chew.
We're gonna need a bigger so.
I'm good with either, given the way I've sort of spec'd out this character. So when you are stealthy boy, both of those work very well.
What say the rest of you?
So either a super heavy intrigue game, or oh dear God, we're all dying.
It'll be a mixture of either. One has a little more intrigue than the other, but the main basis of the theme is exploration, as well as the ability to. Of course, there will also be quite a large amount of combat involved, as you are delving into secrets long buried. War-torn planets have their share of hostiles, and death worlds, well, death worlds are just trying to kill you.
personally speaking, I would go with Silvanus. Although Agraxis could be also fun.
Okay.
But one vote for Silvanus.
Yep, one vote for Silvanus. One, I will count your votes well said it as one for each, so 2 votes for Silvanus, 1 vote for Agraxis. What say you, Bart and Derek?
Go ahead, Bart.
I definitely think they both have their luxuries, but I really like the silence of Silvanus.
Perfect. That is 3
go.
votes Silvanus, 1 vote Agraxis, and
Doesn't matter which way I go. The crew has spoken.
yes. This is perfect because I have a campaign name already ready. I just need to put it in.
As much as the plot to Pitch Black would be nice, I thought a little war might be appropriate.
Yes. And so now I can introduce you to the campaign name. Welcome to Howl of the Lost. So, with that out of the way, let us work on the intricate webbing of this framework. The basics are thus. I mean, yes, that does work, but let us get into the intricacies of this framework. The basic premise is that you are all contracted by a rogue trader. Depending on how you see them, a more amicable to Xenos and other such things human, or in the case of our dear Drukari, another filthy Monkai to be sent to the slave pens.
Well, to be fair, we're not really accounting for taste. We're more accounting for arterial spray.
Yes, very much so. And so, what would lead each of your characters to seek a very powerful artifact? For you, Derek and Midward, I have something that I can pose to if you do not come up with any ideas of your own. But what say
I
you,
am
Bart and 12-sided?
I'll let the good
I-
guy go first.
What?
Who is
After you, sir.
Okay. I'm. I think you have 2 motivators. Really, is Groot being the sort of predatorial species they are. I think he would very much embody that that hunter mentality that constantly trying to become the better predator, right? So working with getting a powerful artifact is a means to that end. As well as also just driven by this idea that the crew need to explore the universe as much as possible to find secrets that work in our favor, new genetic materials to consume.
yes, so it so provide 2 major motivators: the want to evolve and the want to evolve in a very literal sense, both through your mentality and through your biology, and the promise of power on a war-torn planet might bring you just that, especially since the creatures that survive on a planet such as this one, well, they're tough. They have to be. you know, when a hive city is rated 10 out of 10 virus bombings, you tend to find that the only creatures that end up being able to populate that area afterwards are exceptionally resilient. And what serves you more but more fuel for the evolutionary fire? What about you, Bart?
Young Gorshmak is driven by the desire to be, so to speak, the next big red dwarfhead. As most orcs, he wants to get bigger and stronger, and has a desire for the might of Wa.
Like every good greenskin should. Like every good greenskin should. Alright, so that is definitely a thing that you can find on Silvanus. There's stuff to fight, there's really big stuff to fight. And of course every orc knows that the bigger the thing that you fight is, the stronger you get. And there may be some psychically active species skulking around inside the warrens and whatnot, and well, especially for a warped. You want to be a warped, you gotta fight some psychic stuff. Every warped knows that. And for... what about for you, Derek?
Well, I think it would be quite obvious. Everybody wants the item. Means everybody's coming for the item. Which means that we have potentially a unlimited lineup of people coming for the gladiatorial pits. Those who can engage in spectacle. And even better, this group that I've been placed with allows me to end up observing themselves, to end up seeing which one of them might end up performing the greatest spectacle of all, the highlight of the evening. So, for me, it's a win-win. The item itself really is of no consequence. It's everybody else's desire to have it. That is really the big goal here.
A very subversive way of looking at it. To be expected of a species such as the Drukari. And finally, Mitwad, what say you on what would bring your crew with the Tau name to Silvanus?
Well, first I'll ask you. Pose me that question. You said you had an idea.
Yes. You see, you currently, through the backstory that you and I had discussed, you currently work for the Drukari as a mercenary. Read a meat shield.
Yeah.
Expendable meat shield.
Very expendable.
Yes. And the expendability of you, basically, you are told where to go and what to do, and you will get paid for your efforts. Or you will die. Either way, the Drukari win.
Yes. Either way, the crew lose.
Yes, and either way, the crew lose. Such is the catch-22 of working with one such as the Drukari. So the idea is simply that you are contracted to go along. And with you going along in such a manner, well, maybe you might eke out some power for yourself.
Yeah, something new to eat.
Yes, as like your contemporary, You are driven by the desire to fuel the evolutionary fire within you, the melting pot that changes your skin and makes you tougher and faster.
Yes. We were told that this planet has good food, good warriors deserving death, and honor beyond.
Oh, and the rest. And the
We
rest.
believe the food is good, so we will take the job. They're paying handsomely, of course.
Oh yes, the
If that was
Drukhari,
football.
the Drukhari always do. For the simple fact of, normally any mission they send you on, there's a very high chance that you won't survive, and whether it be your soul or them parting with some paltry jewels and wine and other such things that the highborn of Komora find tasteful.
I do as Kamarov and Sugaroth demands.
Yes. Although you don't tell them about that last part. The last
No.
part makes them antsy.
Bazinga. But yes.
Good. Well, there are many things that we could get into on this, but I think where we should start more than anywhere else is a little bit of background setting. Will do perfectly. As such, we're going to take a little trip. Up into the reaches of the void. To a ship that floats within the confines of void space. The Drukhari Raider class cruiser, Fang of Entropy, is where we find ourselves in this little background setting. And throughout its halls, where one would hear the toiling of alchemy, the screams of twisting flesh, the cries of slaves condemned to a fate that they themselves did not choose. Over the din of all of that comes the sound of yelling. Angry yelling. But Overlord, what you are posing must be is impossible given the time frame that you are trying to set. I cannot in good conscience do. Ah! You will listen to me, homunculus. You will get what I have asked of you done, or I, when we return to the glorious city, will throw you into the vents of a gas lab. Am I understood? Yes. Yes, I understand, Master. Good. Now, return to the alchemical wing and see that it is done. You cannot afford to dawdle on this. Navigator. Yes, Master. Have you sent for her? We have. She should be arriving any moment now. Virashi. It is at this point that you and the little squad of witches that follow you have been put upon by the leader of your cult to go and be part of a real space raid. And it seems that you had just finished plundering a planet, and oh, the riches were sweet. You will sleep soundly when you do, to the screams of the slaves. But it seems that you have been called to the bridge.
A disappointment, to be sure. I've find myself already feeling dull. The effects, shall I just be clear, the withdrawal of the various substances I've been imbibing during the moments of slaughter, and taking the whole of full populations, the wish to end up bringing them into my world. Instead, I am left to end up wandering to the bridge. I have several of my sisters at my side. There's a want to end up here preparing, but still, formalities and strength must be here shown. I make sure that the procession itself is proper for a greeting of one such as I. The homunculus upon the bridge has already known of me here coming, no doubt. Hopefully, for his sake, he knows how to give a proper reception. Lest I find him the other side of the arena.
Oh, there is definitely the most formal of processions waiting for you as you enter the bridge. And as you do, the one that has been called Master, the leader of this real space raid, an incubus from one of the cabals, stands and opens his arms. Varashi, my beautiful little breath of fresh air. I am glad that you have come. We have much to discuss.
And I have little time for it. Bring it to the point. We've yet already ended up here going from one raid, and now without even delivering our prize, we're already here heading off to another. While I'm all for greed of the more samples, securing the holdings would end up taking precedent, so I'm presuming this must be important.
Oh, oh, right to the point. I love it. But yes, very much so. You see, we have just received a communique from the highest overlord, Asdrubael Vext. You see, he has been contacted by some filthy monkai shipman. What do they call them? Rogue trader? The ones from that filthy imperium that say that they deign to consort with the likes of us. But he has offered a significant reward for a very powerful artifact found on the planet of Silvanus. Now, normally this would not interest the likes of our great overlord Vect, but apparently everyone is gunning for this artifact, and considering that he is looking for only the strongest, This is a prime time to stock up on some slaves worthy of prime time entertainment in the combat pits.
Well, I would hate to end up depriving the audience of such a spectacle. I can hear them growling already. I am sure that such a thing may be done swiftly, but I must end up asking, why bring the rogue trader into it?
Well, you see, the particular artifact that he is asking for, I have not heard information on it, for Vect is keeping that a close guarded secret. But our overlord has shown interest in such an object, and that if we were to be able to retrieve it for him.
He gets the artifact and we get the meat.
Oh yes, but not only the meat, but glory as well.
I think you may appreciate this, but the glory itself is of very little interest to one such as I. For one simple reason. I am glory incarnate. No. At this point, I simply wish to take my supper. And I think what you're offering could end up being quite the delicacy. Though I know many of my own who are just looking for an opportunity to have themselves brought to prominence. And so they will serve you well. As will I. I find myself hungering these past few trips. If you end up wishing to let us depart immediately, I dare not dally.
Oh, but of course. But I would inform you that if you are to pull this off, in the highest halls of Komora, they will sing your name just as they do Lilith Hesperax.
Let us hope that you're not exaggerating the claim. I would hate to lose such a talent, even if it were for hyperbole. So let us test it, and see if they really do sing of my name in the same tones. Perhaps louder. But let us move on.
Yes. The raiders will be at your our raider will be at your ready to send you to the planet. Although I will not be sending you and your squad alone.
Am I to share in the bounty now?
Oh, not at all. But we are sending some expendable help your way. Simply put, something happens to him and he gets stranded on a planet, or he dies, or something equally as
Mundane.
yes. He's not even fun to torture. I hung him up in my quarters and stabbed him several times once. You know, with the venom blade. The one that that I had the homunculus infect with that version of Nurglesrot. He didn't even flinch!
Clearly it's defective,
Yes.
but I wouldn't expect anything less.
Yes,
So
clearly.
what is it that I am supposed to be working with? And are there any other surprises
No, no, I assure you, this is the only one. Kroot, get in here! And I am going to shorten your name because this will make things a lot easier for me.
I mean, traditional.
Pirol, you are being called in. You know that when they are asking for someone like that, they're asking for you.
Yes, Fior Town Piar will enter the room. Quietly, of course, with his large stature and oddly modeled skin as he kind of rubs at his mechanic arm. Yes, master.
Good, you are showing the proper respects. I will be transferring you under the command of Rashi the Pitiless here. You are to go with her and her squad of witches to the planet Silvanus, where you are to help them in whatever it is they need of you. You will, of course, receive the requisite handsome payments for your work. Am I understood?
Yes, master. Thank you for letting me serve, mistress.
Good.
It's disgusting. Look at it. Oh. Now, very well. If this is how it must be done, then this is how it must be done. Let us hope we can end up getting this raid done quickly. Every moment I feel myself just... This is unbecoming. I'll have you know.
Very much so, but in the same breath.
Be grateful you still have it.
Yes.
The highest insult.
He'll nod his avian head and take his place behind the mistress, kneeling as a proper one should.
You would see that the incubus checks a device on his wrist. The raider is ready for you to depart whenever you would like. As you are a woman of efficiency, I would suggest you make it a quick one. Make your departure a swift one.
Of course. She ends up giving the formal hair salute before leaving. She ends up considering her time in the pits of glory and blood spray and screams. She wonders what other prizes might she end up acquiring. Will they really end up singing her name in the halls and such? She tries to place herself as the epitome of glory incarnate. Truth is that at this point, she must manifest it. Let us hope this raid gives some opportunities.
Yes, let us hope. And for you, Pierre,
Yes, master.
what are your thoughts as you walk behind
Our thoughts are on the upcoming battle. We are excited, hungry, very hungry to honor the souls of the dead.
Yes, to honor the souls of the dead, you must eat.
We know that our new mistress can seem cruel in just her demeanor, but she seems to have a hand at leadership. As much as we like to call ourselves the leader of this pack, we are not the leader. The Shaper demands we follow her now. Her loving embrace of cruelty is ours to revel in.
And these thoughts are why the incubus keeps you around. And I think with that, we are going to take a leap to somewhere else in the void space. To the looted ship, Planet Crusher. Upon the glow of the war-driven engines, the ramshackle bolting of metal plates and scrap amongst the Gothic architecture of this looted Imperial ship. The large, hulking form of what could possibly be one of the biggest orcs you have ever seen. Sits upon the chair that normally would have been meant to be the navigator or the captain. For orcs don't need none of that business. The sounds of laughter, guffawing, heavy, chesty laughter, echo throughout the ship's halls. Right. Bring the weed boy in here. He gotta hear this. And you can. There's another belly of guffawing laughter. Goshmak. Oh, can you not? Make it a little louder. Better? There we go. Anywho. Goshmak, you are roused from a short slumber. By one of the boys of the ship. Oi! Goshmak! Goshmak! Oh, wake up, you git!
What Warboy want from Goshmak?
Oi, Warboss is calling you to the bridge thingy. He got something hilarious to tell ya.
Goshmak stands up slowly, rising to his full height with his copper and brass hair shining in what little light still plays about the interior of the bunk. Leaning heavily on his weird boy's staff, he hobbles towards the bridge and the waiting war boss.
It'll take you a little bit, but you make your way to the bridge, and as the hydraulic doors open with a hiss, the war boss turns to face you. He's like, "Ah, Gorshmak. Good to see you're awake. We got something really funny to show ya. I think you get a laugh out of this." And it's like, "Oi, Grot, bring down the screen." "Yeah, we bring down the screens, boss." And he goes to drop the. You see, there's some crashing above it. "I said, bring down the screen, don't break it, you gits." "Right, sorry, boss." And you would see a screen drop, and upon it appears a Yumi, or at least what you would know to be a Yumi. And he's talking about some kind of artifact. It's not really anything massive to pay attention to as far as what it is that he wants, and he's kind of drawling on for a while. And he finishes, and the screen retracts back up, although with a crash, and the war boss looks up, and you hear him mumble something about that Grot's going in the reactor later. Before he looks back at you. "Right, so here's the funny bit, right? This Yumi thinks that we're gonna help him. This Yumi thinks that he can come to us, and he can ask us for help. Well, you know what we think of that? Yumis are smart, but we orcs smarter. So here what we gonna do. We gonna act like we helping him. We gonna act like we helping him. But we're gonna steal what he wants, right? That's ours. We gonna loot it. We're gonna loot that. And then we're gonna fight his ship. We're gonna act like we bring him our loot, right? But we're gonna fight his ship, and then we're gonna attack it and crump everyone on board. And the thing is, this stupid Yumi doesn't even know it's gonna happen."
Gorshmak think Yumi just want not be eaten. We gonna help Yumi. We gonna go get this item, loot this item, bring the item back here. Then Gorshmak think we crush these Yumis into dust.
Ho ho ho. You see, that's why you me favorite weird boy Gorshmak. You think like true orc. Right. So I got the mech boys to build you a right proper ship from some of the parts laying about in there. What do them humans call it? An engine bay. Got them to build you a right ship that will take you right to the place where this artifact is. And the good thing, the really good thing, is that we even found a way to paint it red so it goes faster. And you know what they say about red ones.
Oh, Gorshmak knows. Gorshmak knows.
And that's a good Gorshmak. So, need you to leave at your what did you say? At your earliest convenience. Stupid newbies in the way they talk. But no, you head to the plant and get to crumping and looting as fast as you possibly can. And you'll find that in the ship we also got you some purple stuff. Because well, You know, you ain't ever seen a purple. You ever seen a purple orc before? I didn't think so.
Gorshmak ready to go. Gorshmak prepare him things. Gorshmak get on the ship. Go to this planet. And bring war!
Oh, I'm liking the sound of this already. Right, you go do that then. We'll be here waiting for the loot to crump the Yumis. And the war boss would dismiss you to head towards your the ship that the local mech boy has prepared for you.
Gorshmak shoulders through the orc boys in his way and goes to prepare the few things of psychic nature he needs before the weird boy heads off to the bay to board his red ship on the way to their destination.
There's not a lot to prepare, but it doesn't take you very long, and it doesn't take you very long at all, and your the mech has your ship ready, painted just bright fucking red. You know that it's gonna go even faster now. And as the mech starts the engines up for you, engines that should not work and yet do. It's an interesting setup. But of course, that's how orc technology works. The only ones who know how orc technology even remotely works are mechs, and even then, they don't actually know. They just know. And as I said, there's not a lot for you to prepare, so you are able to simply jump into this. It's a small ship. It's capable of void travel. It's got a void engine in it, so you can travel through the the warp to the planet as you need. You know that there's no very little actual shielding on this. There's armor. It's very heavily armored, but there's no actual shielding on this thing for the simple fact of you don't need it. You know that demons tend to stay away from orc vessels because the last time that demons invaded an orc vessel, the orcs fought back. It's like a honeypot. They go in thinking they're gonna get souls, but instead they just get the crap beaten out of them. And it is with that your little ship jets out of the massive void ship hangar and begins rocketing through the warp at a unfathomable speed, ready to reach the planet of Silvanus, the loot that awaits you, and of course after that, all the Yumis you can crump. As what goes through your mind as you're rocketing through the warp?
Gorshmak gonna get this item. Gorshmak gonna show that war boss. Come back. Maybe beat this war boss down. Lead the rest of the orcs into glorious war.
Ah yes, a good orc is an ambitious orc. And maybe after you come back with this item, you might be the biggest and the strongest. If you're the biggest and the strongest, that means he ain't no war boss no more, you are. Because everyone knows that you stomp gits, you loot their stuff, and if you do it well enough, you'll be a war boss within the week. And finally, we take one more jump to a third vessel. This one is in the same system as Silvanus. The Regal Rogue Trader ship, the Excorsia. In the bridge which sits a particular rogue trader, Helvis of House Arlian. He is sent to communicate to several different members of several different races. In fact, a transmission is echoing through the ship as we speak. The voice, Eldari, speaking of why a Monkai would even think of bringing such trivial matters to their attention, and that truly he should be ashamed of himself. Before the transmission cuts out. Well, that is it, sir. We have contacted everyone you asked us to. Well, have we had any word back from who might be coming? Yes, weirdly, the signal that was sent through the webway to Asdru by Alvect has been met with a positive response? That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. He's a plotting type, like Oldrukari, cunning, deceptive, and all too ready and willing to torture you and your family. And the crewman that he was talking to shudders. We also got a response from the orcs. You sent a response out to the orcs? Yes, sir. There was a... Well, truly we thought we were contacting an Imperial vessel, but it seemed that it had been looted by some rather enterprising orcs. Well... that's... What did they say? They said, sir, that... And I quote, that they would be more than happy to help the Yumi gets loot that stuff. End quote. Please never speak like that in my presence again. I'm sorry, my lord. I just thought that you should have it quoted to you verbatim. Well, it is fine. Fine. Suppose that we should send the last. Send out the last communique. And then, well, get these parties in contact with each other about what will be going on. Of course, they'll need their primary mission objectives and all that. Of course, sir. But do you want me to send out a call to the mercenaries? Yes, please do. And it would be at this point that you, 12-sided, because you haven't come up with a name for your character yet, although it'll be coming, I'm sure,
Yeah.
are contacted by the Excorsia. You would probably be on probably just on a hive world, not really paying much mind to a lot of anything else. Probably waiting between jobs. Maybe gnawing on a human.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And your Vox unit will go off as you are gnawing on whatever it is that you are gnawing on. And as you pick up, you would be greeted. Would you be interested in a job?
Oh, God, I wish I could do this character's voice. How I picture it. But, depends on the job, I suppose.
It's very simple. We wish you to go ahead and make your way to planet Silvanus, upon which rests an artifact that my benefactor and your employer, should you choose to accept, is looking for. The job is to meet up with fellow operatives who have been sent on the same job, retrieve the artifact, and return it to the glorious rogue trader ship Excorsia. Of course, you will be rewarded very handsomely for your contributions.
And what is the artifact?
That is need to know information. I unfortunately cannot tell you any more other than it is very powerful and it is buried somewhere on the planet.
So I don't know what I'm looking for or where it is on the planet. I suppose I've had worse. I'll do it.
Good to hear. Then you should make your way to planet Silvanus in haste. You will be linked up to a tactical network with the rest of the operatives that you are to be meeting, and you will be forwarded primary mission objectives once you are within range.
Until then.
Until then, go with the Emperor. And the Vox goes dead.
The character kind of out loud to himself, even though there's no one else around. Appreciate how he's happy that they hung up before he was required to reply with "you as well" to go with the Emperor, and then goes about getting back to dinner. Not much to do prior to leaving.
Yes, the rest of
And
this... You have the rest of this morsel behind you.
Otherwise, it very much just going about his business until it's time to leave. The prey is over there, so get on the ship and go.
Yes, the prey is on the ship. So, you decide to take the rest of this to go.
Yeah.
It's not like it's
Okay.
going anywhere. And you power up the thruster engines of your of your little ship, of your atmospheric craft, and take off, aiming to rocket yourself through the warp towards planet Silvanus. Alright, so as now that we have some basic introductions and setting points out of the way, let me be frank, I'm loving how this is coming together. I am truly loving how this is coming together. And I think it'll be at this point right now that we take a little bit of a step back. We have our setting. Each of our characters is heading towards the hot zone where everything's happening. But I think it's time to take a little bit of a step back and have a little bit of a talk about the game. Because I've invited you all here to play Wrath and Glory. But of course, one might ask, what is Wrath and Glory? How does it work? What is Wrath, what is Glory, and how do I use it? Do I have things called that? Well, let me answer those questions for you right now. Wrath and Glory is a very simple game. D6s, based off of dice pools. Attribute, skill, smash it together, roll it, meter difficulty on successes. What might not be so clear is there's a couple of different resources in this game that you guys have, as a party, have access to. First, I'll talk about your personal resource. Wrath points. These are very important. At the start of every session, you will start with 2 Wrath. If you ever have to make a reroll, you will spend a Wrath point. There are a couple of other things you can do with Wrath, but that's really the main one. If you have to make rerolls for whatever reason, you can spend a Wrath to do so. Much like Edge in Shadowrun, or Hero Points in Pathfinder, or basically your luck system, any kind of luck system. That's basically how you take a little bit of the power out of RNGesus's hands. The other main resource that you guys have, collectively as a group, is called Glory. Now, Glory can be used to do many different things, but the important ones are that it allows you to do some special stuff during combat, to increase the severity of critical hits, to add dice to dice rolls, and it can also allow you to deal extra damage, and a few other things that it can do. But glory is the most important one. Now, there are a few ways that you can gain glory. The first is by rolling a 6 on the Wrath die during a non-combat roll, which I'll explain what the Wrath die is and how it works later. Next, you can gain glory through role-playing, and there's a couple of other ways that you can gain glory. It's very nice, glory. Glory is a good thing. I will note, however, that when you are using glory, that it is a team resource, and therefore you should confer amongst yourselves about spending it. I will note that you have a maximum number of glory equal to 6. Once you have 6 glory, you cannot gain any more, and it goes away at the end of each session. So if you do not use it, you will lose it. So don't be afraid to spend it liberally, because you can't hoard it.
Do we gain glory per session?
Yes, there are
Okay.
ways to gain glory per session. Specifically,
So even if we spend all of it,
you
we
can
can
gain
get it
more.
back.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. Fear assuaged.
Of course you are going to be like that. Thank you very much. Adobe. Now, where is... Let us talk very quickly. Glory, more specifically, gaining it. Now, processing the page. I do not care, Adobe. Show me the information that I wish to see. Alright, I'm going to have to restart Adobe because it just doesn't want to work for me. Because it has my core rulebook. And the core rulebook, very important. Glory. So, you and your party begin each session with 0 glory in your collective pool. You can shift an exalted icon, which is a 6 on a die, to add 1 glory to the pool. You can only do this once per roll. Whenever you roll a critical on a test, you add 1 glory. And the glory pool has a maximum of either 6 or the number of players plus 2. It's 6 for you guys, because 4 plus 2 is 6. But let us talk a little bit about the other main mechanic in Wrath and Glory, and that is the... Oop, did everything... No, okay, no, it's still working. The other big thing that is very important in Wrath and Glory is the Wrath die. Now, if any of you have played BTM before, it's very similar in mechanics to the Hunger die. One of your dice in your dice pool will be a Wrath die. Now, this is a dice that you would like to roll 6s on, and you would not like to roll 1s on. If you roll a 6 on a Wrath die, you either add a glory, or in combat, it is a critical. And we'll get to critical hits and whatnot once we actually get to combat, playing in combat. The other major thing that the Wrath die can do, however, is if you roll a 1, it is a complication. Things happen that maybe you still succeed at your task, but there is an unforeseen consequence. It could be in combat that you fire a salvo of rounds into an enemy's face, but your weapon jams. Or you might have been trying to sneak past an individual, and you do. But you also make a loud crash as you accidentally stumble into something that you didn't notice. Things of that nature. complications can be right fun, and add quite a large amount of flavor to each and every action that you do. Normally, your pool is only one wrath die. It can be more. Your pool can contain more wrath dice if A, you're a psyker, although you don't need to worry about that so much, Mr. Psyker of the party, but as your character's ability to use power levels and whatnot with psychic powers is a little different than usual. The other one is if you're dying. I would like to note that if you are dying in this game, you are not out of combat. You can still fire guns and whatnot. You just need to make sure that you don't take any more damage, lest you die, which is bad, very bad. That's all I can really explain about in terms of basic dice mechanics right now. Oh, I suppose the last one that I could explain is shifting. The way that successes work on D6s in Wrath and Glory is like this. 4s and 5s count as 1 success. 6s count as 2 successes. And it is with 6s that you can shift them away from the result to do extra things. Specifically, if I ask for a roll with a difficulty of 4, and you roll 6 successes, and two of those successes are from a 6 on the die, instead of leaving it as 6 successes, you can shift that extra die away to do extra things, gain more information, do the task faster. In combat, it can be to add damage. It can also do a couple of other things, but you could also shift it away to add glory once per test, which is it also works with psychic powers to shift up potency and make psychic powers more powerful. For those who have psychic powers, or at least for Bart, because you were the one that I managed to put the powers in on your sheet, you will see under the psychic power description there is a bunch of potency options. The number in brackets is the number of 6s you have to shift while still hitting to be able to get that bonus potency effect, whether it be more damage or it adds an extra effect like they must make a test to fall prone, or +1 to a test that they have to make, or anything of the like. Now, I think with that all explained and out of the way, everyone seems to be a little away right now, so I'm thinking that this will be the perfect time to go on our little break. When we come back, we might do a little bit more introductory stuff where I still guide through the basic mechanics of what a roll entails and some other things as we get started. I like doing some setting stuff before we go in, as you saw for those who watched with Shadowrun, and I ran them through technically a modification of one of the best modules for that game. But don't go anywhere, everyone. We will be right back with more of Session 0 of Warhammer 40k Wrath and Glory, Howl of the Lost. Don't go anywhere, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Session 0 of Warhammer 40k Wrath and Glory Howl of the Lost. So I've just been having a little chat with my players, and I decided that I think the best way to go about introducing them to the system is to put them in the thick of it. So here's what I'm thinking. As each of you make your way to your on your respective crafts towards the surface of planet Silvanus, and more specifically the one hive city left on Silvanus that has a spaceport that won't get you immediately shot at due to incoming Xenos craft and Imperial zealotry, you are all sent messages through your ship's onboard communication systems. Specifically, a mixture of primary mission objectives and where you will be meeting fellow operatives, as you have been so lovingly arranged by this rogue trader into teams. Of course, Varashi, the orders for yourself and for Pure are not going to be coming from the rogue trader himself, but rather from the Fang of Entropy. Something about using the lower life forms to your advantage.
As he wills it.
But you were given a place to meet up. A place that, well, even a Drukari could appreciate. A bar. Specifically, a brawling bar. The owner of this fine establishment likes to have shows with his dinner, and his shows normally include enterprising humans looking to beat the ever-loving shit out of each other for a quick buck. Now, Farashi and Pure, it's definitely not like the glorious Hekatari combat pits on in Komara. This couldn't even hold a candle to those. But in the same way, Monkai are Monkai, and they're trying their best, and there's a little bit of there'd be a little bit of admiration in that if they weren't so disgusting.
Filthy Xenos.
Well, it's pathetic. But what else do I expect? Still, at least I can end up in here seeing if they can end up providing a good sport. Feel like I might starve to death in here.
That is true, mistress. We both hunger, do we not? Lust after the greatest of pleasures.
If you're trying to appease my sensibilities, you may have far from it. Let us observe. Is it not time to be here seeing the others? She observes others in the combat arena. Or would you prefer to be tossed in the middle of that squabble that they end up calling a display?
He tilts his beak-like head. The mission first. Pleasure after.
And now you end up finding a crude and insufficient distinction. They're the one and the same. Still, I can't fault you for it, such as you are. Tell me, when they ended up reconstituting you, did they also end up making any adjustments for your ability in this atmosphere?
In which way, mistress?
You continue to end up calling me that, and it's starting to vex me. It presumes a position of notice.
I am only doing as the master told me to.
When I end up looking around the bar, this gladiatorial pit, which I imagine is small and more akin to a tiny ring, no real place for flair or dance. Is there anything else that might end up catching my eye in this, well, trite locale?
Oh, most definitely. The first thing that spots your eye is by the bar. There is a green skin. Gorshmak, given your proximity to this, your closer proximity to the system, and the fact that your ship was painted red so it goes faster, you were the second to arrive. And the people here have been cheering as they punch each other in the face, and it's... Well, they say that this is a fight, but the stompin' crumpet orc in you tells you that this isn't a fight. This isn't even remotely close to a fight. There's no real crumpin' or stompin'. It's just... Where's the chopper? Where's the choppy? Where's the darker? There's no choppy or darker to be found. And the other thing that would be spotted by... The main thing that would be spotted by you, Farashi, is that there is another of pure species in the bar. Another... No, you remember what they were called. The Kroot. Although this one looks quite a large amount different. The quills are longer, and there are a pair of wings jutting out of his back.
Well, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was waiting on you. I was just gonna fill the blank here when no one spoke up.
I was waiting on you, so by all means.
So what you see is as I described earlier, Boston, I believe the character's name from Disney's Gargoyles. But for those of you listening who may not be familiar, very much a large bird person with scales, for lack of a better description. Except the scales have this like black oil pearlescence to the whole thing. and out the back of the head where the quills are more are bright feathers, red and bright green and blue, and there's some steel quills from an auspex implant he has, and he wears the wings like a cloak. And he really, you just see him surveying everybody like he's getting a layout of the room where all the exits are, who might be trouble for anything.
Those are the two main things you see, Farashi. And before I go any further, Torsadid, you'd also know that this would be the perfect place because I mean, if they do really go a little bit too far in here, leftovers, and who knows? Maybe one might score a free meal. But Farashi, if you would like any more information, you can make an awareness test for me.
Okay, so we get to end learning about the dice right now. Skills and awareness. Roll unassisted.
Yep.
Not
Awareness, and that's 2. So you got 2 successes on that. There's the rest of the people in here aren't really of note, just a bunch of stinking monkai, really. Although you do see that there is a board sitting on one of the rafters of the ring, and it has some writing on it in low Gothic. As much as you despise the language, the language of the disgusting monkai, it served you well that you've learned to at least be able to read and become conversant in it, lest you, actually understand just what the slaves are saying when they are screaming out in terror and pain. And it reads thus. Brawl Night. First prize. Land Speeder. And cartographic map.
Well, that is fortunate. I looked at my servant. Inquire on the nature of this brawl and its contestants. It would seem there's a prize to be won. And she leans over to one of the many of her sisters who here accompany her, probably scattered throughout the rest of the establishment. Should anything here be amassed, anything out of sort, take your fill of them all. At this point, they're of little consequence.
Of course. We would be more than happy to take our fill of these filthy monkai.
If I have to hear about monkai one more time in this trip. She turns to Theo. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and inquire.
That was aimed at you, Pure.
What?
Oh, we might be having some Discord derping. It's not a...
Oh. There are.
There we
So what was the last thing I said that you heard?
go. That you
Oh,
were...
you're being to go and inquire about this,
Brawl night.
this, and more specifically, how one would enter.
Yes. Right away. Tarash. And you would go find somebody that looks like they're the, Barker or what have you.
Oh, yep, there is definitely a Barker. Now,
The voices around me, what language are they mostly conversing in? As I walk, as I
it's
make my way toward the
99%
Barker.
low Gothic.
Perfect.
Gorshmak and the other Kroot in the room, you would see that there is a Kroot going up to the Barker. And that this guy, this creature moving up to the Barker is most definitely not one of the many, many humans in this room. Or the Gorshmak Yumis.
You would notice its very large frame.
I suppose I would leave it up to you as to whether or not if we've worked together in the past or have encountered each other in some other capacity in the past, or not.
Have you praised the Omnisaya on Mars?
He does have an Omnispecs implant, but no, I don't think that would be a connection that the two characters would have.
Then battle then, perhaps. Some distant hive world or some distant forge world or something.
Yeah, it could be something like a forge. There was a. As you do have an Omnispecs, it would make sense that you may have done some work for the Mechanicus before.
And that would work enough that just by reputation, I'd be familiar with this individual. I would hope
Yes.
to make this
Yes.
an easy alliance to form, as we're effectively co-workers.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you would know by reputation.
Competed for a job. Maybe we even competed for a job.
Well, then there you go. That's the hook right there. He sees this Groot that he's familiar with from before in that capacity, and so just sneaks his way on up and pops up beside him and just acts as if he's supposed to be there, and that it's assumed he will be going along with this.
Yep. All right. But yes,
What you would
Gorshmak.
hear. Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
Just before that, Gorshmak. Yes, you may go ahead and make your awareness test.
And 12-sided, you would hear in the native Kroot language of clicks and whistles. It is good to hear and see you again, dear brother.
All right. That is 2. So you have seen this particular Kroot before, Gorshmak. You have seen this particular creature by virtue of a rather large war that had popped up on a desert planet. Whereupon you were fighting some Yumis, and apparently one of your clan had wandered off into one of the few kind of like desert woodland hybrid biomes on this planet, and had been ambushed and eaten whole. Um, and you remember hearing of a creature that goes by this description for the one who devoured your clanmate. Although truly it was kind of his fault. You lost to a Yumi, you deserve to get devoured.
Young Gorshmak watches the Kroot with something akin to suspicion in his Tishan gaze as he nurses along his large goblet of piss-poor swill. After a while, he decides to move towards the Kroot, shoving his broad-shouldered way through the crowd towards the couple of Xenos and the Barker awaiting them.
Yes. Alright. And as you approach, Pure, you greet the other Kroot in the native language. And it is but a moment before easily one of the largest creatures in the bar, an orc, makes his way up to you. All three of you now standing in front of the Barker. Farashi, you sitting at what you would say to be very poorly constructed table on an equally poorly constructed chair, watching as two humans go at it, throwing their meat chunks at each other.
Yes. No elegance of hair or grace. And a weakness, I ended up here constituting for the malnourished. Perhaps they have not been fed or simply fighting for their suppers. How delightful.
Yes, there is blood, but no arterial spray. It's all sluggish and slow. Suiting of a basic Monkai combat. But as you three, the other three of you, the two Kroot and the orc, stand in front of the Barker, he looks at you three, and he crosses his arms. Right, can I help you three? I'm gonna say gentlemen? And
I
he's
just
looking at-
turn silently to my fellow Kroot as if to defer to them.
Yep. Pure, the other Kroot turns to you.
Yeah. He will whistle once, meaning I'll speak if you don't mind.
Yep.
And upon confirmation of what you just heard, he will smile in that toothish avian grin and respond kindly in Low Gothic. I was wondering what was going on tonight, and you seem to be the fine gentleman to let us all know. Perhaps we, And he kind of takes a side glance at the orc next to him. And then the crew on his other side. Could perhaps entertain the spectators in a more brutal fashion?
Ever the champion of diplomacy, Gorshmak ignores the barker entirely, staring with suspicion at the Kroot before him. You. Gorshmak knows you.
I will turn to the orc, responding in kind and orcish. But who's gonna do with that knowledge there? You get.
His Orcish is rough, but he speaks it. He speaks the greenskin language.
Gorshmak's orange eyes narrow, and he leans heavily on his weird boy's staff as the Kroot responds in his native tongue. He stays silent for perhaps a heartbeat or 10. Where Gorshmak knows you.
He thinks for but a moment, maybe a kind of heartbeat or so. Forge. Who's gonna see me at the Forge Worlds? In the deserts? We hunt together, yes.
Yes, you do remember specifically, Gorshmak, that it was the only the orc that had gone wandering off was the only one that had gone missing to this creature.
Gorshmak remembers you. Gorshmak remembers bloody maw, mouth full of meat. You'll fight beside Gorshmak in arena tonight. Show these puny Yumis what they need see.
He smiles at this. I was but honored as that I was.
And the barker looks to the three of you now, having this conversation in front of him, and he goes, "So you want to sign up?"
Responding in low Gothic. Yes, my good sir.
Right. Okay. Is it just two of you, three of you? Is it someone else?
I
Go ahead.
don't know if the other wishes to participate. But what is the entrance fee, my good sir?
Really, no entrance fee. It is brawl night. It's just people wanting to punch on with each other, being able to punch on with each other. You know what I mean?
That I do. When is the next earliest fight?
Oh, let me see. And he kind of looks over your he has to go up on his tiptoes, but he looks over his shoulder, and you're seeing one dude has toppled the other dude to the ground, is currently punching him in the face repeatedly. I'd give it a couple minutes.
Very well. My first opponent, I wish to be this man, this human next to me. And he belatedly points at the orc.
And the barker looks the orc up and down. All right. You signing up then? He asks you.
Gorshak.
Yeah, Goshmak.
Yummy! Gorshmak roars, thrusting his chest forward and his chin out as he turns to the Kroot. You damn right! Orc signing up!
That would be a yes, my good sir.
Right. How about you there? You signing up? And he would look to the other Kroot standing there.
Oh, that's a very good question because I'm not sure if this would be a scenario where I'd be better off outside of the arena to, because it's a intrigue plot after all.
It is, and you see that these people are going at each other very much in melee.
The most honorable of combat.
And we don't know our mission objectives and whatnot just yet, do we?
You know that the primary mission objective is to find an artifact called the Tesseract, and bring it to the rogue trader, and you would know that it is currently. You know the name of the artifact, but you don't know what it is. And you know that it's somewhere on the planet, but you don't know where it is. You're more looking for the specific details and then going and hunting it down.
Yeah, sure, I'll sign up for the, I mean, if we could do like a 2-on-1 maybe, against the orc, the two Kroots, I did.
That good one.
The two Kroot, yeah. And he's kind of looking at you two, looks between you two, looks to the orc, looks back between you two. Yeah, I think that'd be rather interesting, actually. Yeah, sure, I'll note that down. Now, we've got one more fight before the championship fight. Is anyone else signing up? They say loudly.
Farashi raises a small hand. Just a little bit, enough to end up garnering attention. Clearly, it's about time to end up getting some sport.
And he looks to you. Right, the lady in the corner. He obviously can't see you perfectly because he hasn't noticed that you're Drukari in the slightest. He's like, right, the lady in the corner. Yep, I'll sign her up for the championship match. Alright, let me just take a peek.
She goes by Tarashi.
Strange name. Right, I'll note it down.
She's from one of those agro worlds.
Ah, makes sense that, yeah. Okay. And he would note it down. And he'd peek over your shoulder again.
I'll lower my shoulders so I can see you better.
And like, can I finish over here? I've been punching this dude in the face for 5 minutes now. Look, Jim. You could have just left it. And someone would have caught you. Whatever. The winner's Jim. Now get out of the ring. We got a better fight to do. And he's kind of looking between you three, and he glances over to the corner. Like, now I think I've got an interesting thing that I'm gonna do. Right, folks. The time has come. Tonight, we have a group willing to take on the best of the best. Our champion, Big Jimmy. And you would see that this massive dude walks out of the back. Human, possibly?
Is there a test I can make to see if he's a human?
That would be, if you would like to make a test to see if he's an abhuman, that would be a scholar.
Okay. And that's at a regular roll, correct?
Yes, at a regular roll. And he would go ahead. You see him march out into the ring. Yeah, so he doesn't look abhuman to you. If he is, you would have no idea, as those are both twos.
Yeah.
And
So he's just a big boy.
he's just a really big boy.
Lovely.
It's like, so, we have a special bit of entertainment tonight, folks. We've just had 4 people sign up, and I figured I haven't seen them before, and so I figured, in the sense of hospitality, that we would go ahead and introduce him to our champion. And there's cheering in the bar. Right. You 3 and the lady in the corner there. You wanted your bout, here it is. Jump on in.
And we get our prize if we beat this Jimmy. Yes.
Yeah, you beat him, you get the prize. That's the rules.
He will turn towards Tarashi, give her a giant nod of this is going to be a show. Now, one thing to make clear, are we allowed to use a weapon or just our fists?
You can...
As he shows him a very large, meaty clawed hand.
No guns. Melee only. We don't wanna be calling the guard in here. Oh god, the last time those bastards showed up.
In that case, I will defix my chain bayonets and carry them as a melee weapon.
Yep. So you're using your chain bayonet, giving it a little rev.
Yep.
It's like, oh, we're in for a show tonight.
Yes. Gentlemen, are we ready? He nods toward the other crew and the orc. Who's ready? Who's gonna fight now?
Gorshmak always ready for fight. And he
I
hefts.
don't know how well the system allows for it. The hopes is that my crew would wield his rifle as a staff weapon for the sake of melee.
Yeah. Yep, that's more than fine. I'll sort out damage for that in a moment.
Cool.
Yeah, I just didn't want to bring one of my 2 rifles into actual combat, given what they are.
Farashi pulls aside her cloak and reveals along her back a series of hardened tubes that have various liquids. She allows her head to fall back as she ends up drawing out a blade. A Hekatari blade with a very nimble flip on her ship. She ends up thrusting herself into the arena. The twirls and dance and backflips and all the points of acrobatics. Just to warm the crowd up. And then to end up terrifying the individual witness as she presses some of the controls, and at that point you can see one of the tubes begins to bubble. And veins start to extend. Her own musculature seems to grow. You can physically watch her building muscle mass in mere moments. And a grin that threatens to split her own skull in two as her eyes end up fixating on the target. A horrifying sight indeed.
Okay.
Quite the spectacle.
So, Farashi, I would like you to make me an intimidation. And Gorshmak, you were riling yourself up with a chant.
Yes. Gorshmak hefts his weird boy staff above his head, looking around to see if there are any other green skins in the area, as he begins to chant his own name ad hominem. Gorshmak! Gorshmak! Gorshmak!
Okay. So, the crowd is silent. The crowd is silent. As Farashi, you make your way into the ring. And they start cheering as you pull out the blade, and it's kind of a cheering of, yeah, we want to see what happens, but oh god, are we scared of her?
So, aroused. The crowd is aroused.
Yes. And Gorshmak, as you start hefting your staff above your head and chanting your own name ad hominem, the crowd can't help but get even louder as there's a chanting and a cheering of Gorshmak, Gorshmak, Gorshmak. And you hear this voice of, we don't know who Gorshmak is, but we want to see him fight. And 12-sided, as you hear the chanting and the display of deadly ferocity from Farashi, what is it that you were going to do? Are you going to make your way into the arena as well with the chanting orc and the other Kroot, and the very deadly looking Drukari?
Yes, but and I suppose he'll have given the name Cloak for the sake of the forms. Given
Cloak.
the wings and everything, so you can call him Cloak if you feel the need until I come up with something better.
Yes.
Yeah, a moniker. But he knows where his strengths lie, and in melee combat with a fellow that size is not one of them. So he'll make his way in, and as soon as he does, he will attempt to make use of his camouflage abilities.
Alright, so you're going to camouflage.
Welcome back, Bart. We are just about to enter Kanburatu.
Yes. Before that, there are two things that need to happen. First, were you looking to use your Hekatari combat drugs, Farashi?
I believe I have one that adds to strength.
You do. You are going to use a dose of it's an equipment.
Might as well get a feel for how this works.
You are going to use a dose of
That would be Grave Lotus.
Yep, Grave Lotus. So your strength will be going up by 3. And we can add that into 1, 2, 3. And that'll be your adjusted rating for the time being. And now he needs to make a resolve against your intimidation. And he's getting a 3 versus your 5. And so he takes a step back. I will say that you have afflicted him with vulnerable. Where are the conditions? There they are. Yes, you have made him vulnerable. His defenses are open, so he'll be suffering a -1 to his defense, which is the DC you need to hit him. As you kind of make him stumble back in fear. This would also be where you recover shock, but you haven't taken any. But now you have injected the combat drugs. It is time to enter combat. So, here's how combat works. There's no initiative to be rolled. One of you gets a turn, and then one of my threats gets a turn. And we go on until everyone has had a turn in a combat round, and that's how a round works. Pretty simple stuff.
So player, adversary, player, adversary, player, adversary.
Yep.
Okay.
Although in this case, because there's only one adversary, it'll be one of you, then him, and then the rest of you. Or
so I'll be down.
Well, currently, yes, it is a 4-on-1. So, what we will do is we will go ahead and you guys get to decide amongst yourselves who would like to go first.
Please.
I think we let the psychotic drug woman go first. Yes? All in agreement?
Yes, Gorshmak and Cloak.
She's high right now.
I mean, my action is just gonna be to vanish, so.
Yep.
Yep.
Gorshmak, are you gonna let Farashi take the first hit?
Absolutely.
All right. So Farashi, you are up first.
All right. No sense pointing out the clave yet. It's not an armored target, so we're going to use the blade. Now, if I recall, Yeah, this is just 3. So at this point, it's just a roll basic attack die, right?
Yep, you want to hit the attack button, which will be the blue d6. Ooh.
That's it?
Yep. Let me check his defense. You do hit him. However, you are going to suffer a complication.
Oh shit! Yeah, there's
Because
one
you got a
complication, isn't
one
there?
on your wrath die.
Now, you said that I could spend
You can spend a wrath
to get a
point.
reroll.
Yet it won't re-roll the wrath die. The wrath die, once it's rolled, is rolled.
Okay. All right. So we'll learn something. There we go. That's the purpose of this.
Yes, that's exactly right. So we'll see.
Well,
You do hit him, so you do succeed. It's just I need to pull up the. Where is?
I blinded myself with his own blood.
Combat complications. That's the one I'm looking for. So, first thing I would
Oh.
like you to do is go ahead and roll me a D66. Or 2d6 will be better, actually. Roll me 2d6. Alright, you got a 42. Ah. So, I will describe what happens with that in just a moment. Melee attacks. Alright, so go ahead and roll your damage. Which will be the red d6 next to your weapon. Alright, base damage plus 1 is 11, and AP minus 1. Alrighty, so his resilience is 8. 7, and you're dealing 11. That'll be dealing 4 wounds to him. He's still up. He's hurting. What you do is you slash into him. And you slash him straight into some kind of artery. You wanted that arterial spray, you've got it. And you're getting coated in Monkai blood. However, Monkai blood is very sticky and very slippery. And so it causes you to lose purchase upon the weapon. And whilst you manage to put this massive gash in him, you also drop the weapon.
Oh, that's fine.
So it'll be a simple action to pick it back up, which you do have, so you could just simply pick it back up.
Would drawing a second weapon count as a simple action as well?
Yes. This actually gives me the perfect opportunity to talk about the action economy in this game. It's pretty simple. You have it's very much like D&D in that there's a combat action, or a full action, a simple action, which is, reloading and readying weapons, drawing melee weapons and things of the such, movement, or a movement option, so that could be, walking, running, flying, whatever, and the last one is a reflexive action, which is for intercepting enemies that are trying to move away from you. So you could draw another weapon, but that would be the end of your turn, or you can pick up the one that you dropped.
I'm drawing the clave.
All right.
So we gone from a taster to something where I just cut you a little. Now we're gonna cut you a lot.
So your Hekatari blade clatters to the ground, and I need to check to make sure that nothing else happens with that, actually. Do that. No, parry and rending. But you didn't have any exalted icons to shift, so it's fine. Right. So you cut into this guy and he's bleeding. His blood getting everywhere makes you drop your weapon, but you draw your clave. The power field of the weapon powering up as you draw it. And Big Jimmy is looking panicked. Like, oh no. And so he is going to attempt to rush you and kind of crush you with his weight. And so he's going to make an attack.
Mm-hmm.
What is his? Right, okay. So he's going to roll this. And he is going to get he's going to get 5 successes. Does that hit your defense?
It does. My defenses are 4.
Okay. So he is going to be dealing his strength plus 3 ED. So that'll be... Yep. He's going to get 3 successes on that as well. So you will be taking... Currently, you're looking at 9 points of damage. Your resilience is 6. Would you like to roll determination?
Yes, I would.
Alright, so go ahead and you will see under the rolls, you will see a determination roll. You want to roll that? Oh, 7. So, he was dealing 9 damage. Your resilience drops that to 3 wounds, and because you could shift, you would be able to shift 2 of those exalted icons. You would take a single shock. As... Did someone ask a question?
No, I thought you sneezed.
But no, you'll be taking a single shock, so you'll want to drop your... Yep, that's perfect. Because this guy, he doesn't hurt you, but he's really heavy. Like, he's really heavy, and he's pressing all of his weight upon you, and it's taking a little bit of your stamina to keep him from crushing you. Now, it comes back to the player's turn. Who would like to go next?
Gorshek.
Well, like I said, my action would be to just vanish, so,
We shall put you at the end of the initiative, then.
yeah, that'll work.
Alright.
Go ahead, Cloak.
Yep, so he'll be at the he said he'd be at the end of the initiative. So it'll be between you and Gorshmak as to who goes next.
Gorshmak, would you like to do the schmack?
The schmack shall be gored.
Gorshmak, then myself, then Cloak.
Yep. Alright, Gorshmak, what you doing, buddy?
The mighty orc continues to lift his weird boy's staff above his head, chanting his name even louder as Jimmy crashes into the Drukari amidst their group. As he's chanting, he disperses the Wa energy coursing through his frame into the group surrounding him, trying to stoke their nature to a roaring fever pitch. He's attempting to use the psychic mastery power of Warpath, letting the Wa flowing through him flow through his melee-bound allies.
Alright, so you want to cast a psychic power. Haha, perfect. Alright, young Gorshmak. What you will want to do is you wish to use Warpath. So you want to scroll down to Warpath, and you will want to you will see that there is a Psychic Mastery linked attribute bonus Wrath bonus dice mod. At the end of that line, there will be a blue button. You will want to hit that blue button. Alrighty, so you are casting Warpath. That did not roll the dice like it should. It is fine. We know what the DN is now. Go to your skills page and make me a Psychic Mastery test. Ooh, we got a complication here. But you've also got 9 with 3 exalted icons. Alright, so before we handle the complication, before we handle the Wrath die, we'll handle what the power does, because the power does very successfully manifest. You have 1 shiftable icon. So you can increase the DN reduction by 1, or you can add a +1 bonus dice to melee attacks on top of what the power does.
Oh, okay. If I reduce the DN by 1, is that going to give me another success on the roll?
Reducing the DN by 1, what that does is, until the start of your next turn, they get to ignore up to 2 points of penalty for making multi-attack or multi-actions during their turn. Which will be something that I will explain in the coming turn.
Understood. I think I'll add a bonus dice to all melee attacks then.
Okay, so you get to affect a number of allies equal to your willpower, and currently that would be Cloak, that would be Farashi, that would be yourself, and it would be Pure. So all of you get to add +3 dice to any melee attack you make until the start of your next until the start of your Gorshmak's next turn, and you may ignore up to 2 points of penalty for taking the multi-attack or multi-action attack options. However, this comes with a little bit of a price, as the wires flowing through you are a little rough. You don't roll on Perils of the Warp, you take a mortal wound, is what happens. So your wounds will go from 13 to 12. As the wire energy kind of ravages your body and leaves you a little worse for wear. But now we come to Pure. And this will be when I get to explain how things like multi-attacks and multi-actions work. Where is that list? Because there is a page for it. I can't remember exactly where it is, but it is it is something to keep an eye on. But you don't have multiple targets, so you won't need to make a multi-attack or a multi-action turn. So, Pure, what is it that you would like to do? You see your employer, and technically speaking, if you go too far out of line, your executioner.
Yes.
Trying to fend off this massive fat man.
How wounded to my eyes does he look? Near death?
He's
lightly
not
scratched?
He's not near death, but he's definitely bloodied. The Hekatari blade tore quite a gash in him.
Let's see. In that case, I'm gonna slash at him with my claw, my good claw.
All right, go ahead and make a claw attack with +3 bonus dice, because you have those bonus dice thanks to Gorshmak empowering you with the War energies.
So it's the blue dice.
Let me have a look. Yes.
I did not add the +2, but I didn't see what I had.
So you'll see in the on the line there's an ABD box.
Yes.
That'll be
that's
where
where
you
I
want to add it.
+3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Rerolling that for actual sake.
There we go. It's still 6.
There we go.
Same roll.
Yep. Yeah, and then a damage die, correct?
Then you want to go ahead and roll your yes, the damage. Hit the damage button. 10 plus
1.
Yeah, so you're getting 10 AP 0. Because you definitely do hit his defense. Alright, 1 success, which is 10. His resilience is this. He is going to be taking
2.
he's going to be taking another 2 wounds. As you
Okay.
as you tear a claw through him.
What I would actually do is take my claw and jam it into his shoulder blade and tear it out forward toward me,
Okay.
gouging at the flesh.
Yeah.
If that's, enough for 2 damage.
Yes, that is definitely enough for 2 damage. Especially for 2 wounds, because he doesn't have the ability to roll determination at all. Yeah.
And we will smell the flesh as we're looking at him.
You do tear out this guy's other shoulder, and the flesh smells kind of putrid, actually.
Not tasty.
No. And that'll be...
Would it hurt to taste it?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Well, then, holding on the flesh chunk.
All right. Now, Cloak, it is your turn, and you said that you were going to activate your special hide and vanish, yes?
Yes, which is a minor action.
Yes, it's a simple action to do so. Is there anything you'd like to do as a
yes.
combat action? You can try and beat him over the head with your rifle?
Well, that's actually exactly what I was going to do. Is I was going to cloak up as I enter, get as close in behind him as I can, and just baseball swing right for the very back of his head.
Okay, so could I please get you to go ahead and, on your skills page, roll me a weapon skill?
One sec. Oh, come on, why is it not letting me, There we go. Just hit the...
Yep, there you
There
go. Oh, all right. So, you guys, all of you, you gain 1 glory in your glory pool. So, you guys will have a glory to spend. But now, I would like you, 12-sided, to go ahead and roll me 2d6.
Where would we mark that down?
So it is a shared thing. So what I will do is I will actually what I'm going to do is I'll open the turn order real quick, and I will add a label that says Glory, and I will add a label that says Ruin. You guys have 1 glory. I start each session with I ruin equal to half the players. So
Three.
I have 2 ruin, and you have
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys
sure.
have 1 glory. A 13. Right. So
Did he just bludgeon this guy to death?
well, we will see what happens. Because where is my critical hit table? Because there is a critical hit table that you do.
I just picture a sand person in my head right now with the rifle doing the sound effects that I cannot do.
So only Cloak rolls the 2d6, correct?
Yes.
There's your answer, Bart.
Critical hit table. There it is. Alright, and you rolled a 13. Alright, I will shift this up one because the first one doesn't make a lick of sense. So,
Okay.
brutal rupture, mangled flesh, crushed bone, and ruptured organs make your foe gasp in wretched pain. So he's going to be suffering to this damage. He's also going to be suffering an additional 1d3 wounds and is hindered. Now, you may also spend that glory you just gained to add an extra wound. Although it just depends on how much overkill you want to do and how
I mean, if I just killed him, I'll keep that glory.
All right. Well, we will see
I was gonna
dependent
say,
on how much
since-
damage you do with this weapon. So your weapon damage will be equal to. Go ahead and roll me 3d6. And then a d3. Alright, so he is taking 6, 7, 8, 9 damage plus 2 straight up wounds. He has a resilience of that. He's also hindered, so technically he doesn't even have that. So, yeah. Farashi, while you were there, holding this guy up, you hear a resounding crack from above you. And you can see this dude's eyes roll into the back of his head. As there's this resounding thunk. Now you would know the sound of that sound hitting flesh anywhere. The sound of a rifle butt being just jammed really hard into the back of someone's head. And the sound and the eyes rolling into the back of the head denote, yeah, this guy is gone.
Well, isn't that just frustrating?
It is. But there's a sound that enters your ears. A wonderful sound. A sound that means you're not done here yet. As the barker kind of looks at it and goes, "Nicely done." But someone from the back of the bar shouts, "They cheated! Something invisible hit him in the back of the head!" And the crowd starts riling up in a major fashion.
Well, given that this individual is now indisposed, might as well make an example of his corpse and let the audience get in on the action. I believe we're done here, and while their defenses are down, we shall let the slaughter begin.
Yes. Combat has not ended. New threats have come to pass. Although you see that the barker, notably, is not one of them. No, he's jumped behind the bar. The players do get to go first. Who would like to go first?
Well,
Who
I
seems
gotta
to be
make-
this big threat?
Yeah, guess that's the question.
Depends on the threat.
Where is the individual who shouted they cheated?
In the back of the bar, behind maybe 2 or 3 ranks of general people, but it seems that everyone's riled up now.
Well, the first individual to end up deciding to do something about it is the first one who ends up getting their arms removed.
Oh, it seems like they're all ready to do something about it. They're beginning to shift and move.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I suppose if the crowd is now the threat, or the threats, plural, that particular individual that yelled out that we cheated, if they are in a spot where I might be able to make a ranged attack against them with my rifle.
So you would say that you would like to go first in this round of
Yes,
combat?
ideally, yes.
Is everyone in
But
agreement
it
with
was
that one?
also to check to see if I could actually hit them from here as well.
Yes, you are within range.
I do not mind being third or fourth or even last. So I'm fine with Cloak making the first move. Mr. Neater, how about you?
I am also fine with that.
And Derek, you're fine with the man taking the shot?
It's his turn. He's willing to do it. He can go right on ahead.
Then we are in agreement.
All right. Cloak, go ahead and take the shot. It'll take a simple action to draw to ready your rifle in the right way, and then a combat action to shoot.
I believe I gave you the right. It gave you ballistics.
Yes, it is ballistics. You'll want to roll that on the combat page so that I know what gun you're shooting with. But you've only got one gun, so the roll is correct though. So I'm not gonna hold that one against you. Yeah, you are gonna hit. And not only are you gonna hit, you can shift that exalted icon for something if you'd like.
More damage.
Yeah, more damage.
I don't know. Or I suppose. Go ahead.
Mordaka?
Yeah, that's
Is it
pretty much it.
Sure. More DACA.
All right, so what you will do is on your combat page, up that bonus dice to 1, and go ahead and roll damage using the red die at the end there.
Yeah. Well,
What did
there
that-
you go.
Yep. And that is 10 damage. These guys don't have determination, and unlike the other guy, they're not tough enough to have any kind of armor or a high resilience or high wound
So
count.
he explodes.
You shoot him, and his head pops like a balloon, pretty much. And everyone
I
turns.
suppose that will be my turn.
Everyone turns, and there's this roar as now the crowd is ready to go. Now, they are going to make attacks against you guys, but because you have a glory, what you could do right now is you could seize the initiative and have another one of you go next by spending a glory.
I think I
I'm
would
okay
like
with
to do that.
Yeah? Is everyone in agreement on the spending of the glory?
Yeah.
I don't mind, Derek.
By all means, go right ahead.
All right. You guys are going to spend your glory and seize the initiative. I'm guessing for you to go, Gorshmak?
I have an idea I'd like to try if nobody else is of other mind.
By all means, my purple fellow. Have at it on my account.
You have an idea.
So Gorshmoth lifts his weird boy's staff of distinction and shoots his Titian gaze across the crowd in an attempt to intimidate them and quell them into obeisance.
Ha ha ha! Yes. All right. So this is what's called an interaction attack, where you will use a skill to interact with the world rather than actually like using a weapon. Okay, so you are using intimidation to cow your enemies. Go ahead and make me an intimidation test.
And then, do I have bonus die to that intimidation from the distinction on his staff?
That is already sorted.
Beautiful.
Sure, I'll roll that resolve pool, but their resolve is only this. Yeah, they get 2 successes versus your 6. You could
I
shift
think
both
we
of those
won.
exalted icons if you wish.
I think I would like to shift them, but I don't think I know what I would shift them to in this result.
So, you have 2. Shifts you can use to increase the penalty of the condition by 1 for each shift. So, hindered makes the difficulties harder for actions. Vulnerable makes their defense drop, and each shift that you do will increase it by 1. Increase the penalty that they're taking by 1.
Let's do the first one.
All right. So yep, you will hinder them, and you will shift both icons to make them hindered 3. So any action that they take is now the difficulty for it is 3 harder. They need 3 more successes to do it. That includes what they're going to do, which is rush each of the three of you that's visible. As this is a mob, there's more than enough to do so. And they are going to an attempt to make attacks against each of you. Okay, does anyone have defense 1? Out of the three of you, do any of you have defense 1?
Where is that located?
Combat.
Combat. Yeah, top left.
Thank you, sir. Negative.
No, and... Not even Gorshmak. So you see them all run up to you and they're starting to hammer against you, but you don't even feel it. They're kind of scared. They're really kind of wanting to run more than anything else, but they're they kind of have thrown themselves into it in a fight or flight response. But they're not thinking straight, not in the slightest. But that is the threat's turn. Between Firashi and Pure, who would like to go next?
Well, Farashi will probably end up going next.
That's fine.
How many could we massacre in a given time? There's the curiosity. So, she is going to literally jump into the crowd and start making a show of all of them.
Okay. Considering the nature of these guys and the fact that their ability to defend themselves is non-existent, I would like this to be an intimidation with a +5. As
Jesus Christ.
as you have both the cower, a bonus from the cowering that they have been put under by Gorshmak, as well as your own show, plus the fact that you have devotees helping you out.
Well, I imagine my devotees have already sealed all the exits, so they don't get a choice to be part of the show.
Oh yes, no, they have sealed all the exit. They have sealed all the exits. Dutifully. Oh,
Not that great.
are you sure about that?
Only 11.
Only 11.
It only hurts a little.
So, given how many regular successes you've got, and this is an intimidation attack, if you shift 3 of those exalted icons, not only will you succeed, but this will become a player's call, where you and I will actually, it's not just hindered or vulnerable, you and I will actually work out what happens, and the effect is much more powerful than either hindered or vulnerable.
Is this one of those equivalents of, I take the DM screen, now I tell you what happens?
Pretty much. This is collaborative storytelling, pretty much.
Alright, then I will gladly do so.
I will remind Derek that we are on Twitch.
He knows.
I had to pull his leg at least once.
Alright, I will do so. Lethality, I'm pretty sure, is now looking up charts.
No, actually. I don't need to look up charts, it's just a player's call. So,
Okay.
I am actually leaving this scene in your very capable hands.
There is a sliding out from under the figure, the weight of this individual. nameless at this point. He's already long forgotten. There's soon to be a greater spectacle as Farashi here leaps out of the arena into the crowd. Limbs here flail, few of them killing, instead leaving several to writhe. As many of them start to panic and rush towards the doors and into the arms of my loving compatriots, who greet each one inspired by the horrific bloodlust, the spray of arteries and the soiling of cells. Each entrance becomes its own little arena. As the crowd is trying to get away from each, they start to compress. Individuals are asphyxiating as they're crushing each other's bodies, trying to go one way and another, and those caught in the middle are simply being mashed under a panicked response in an enclosed area. The slaughter ensues, and Farashi is in all of her glory. The drugs pump her veins open to this strength, this power, and the celebration of gore. A night that the few survivors that may have been smart enough to hide and actually survive will end up remembering. This is what it's like to be in the pit. This is what defines Farashi. The pit fighter, what they call in Low Gothic a witch. And the mounted heads and bodies that of the deceased are all here ready to be prepared. And those still living, well, they'll soon wish they hadn't. As a lowly bartender pokes his head out from the behind the bar to simply witness most of his patrons being massacred. And perhaps, in the end, a single head of a particular detractor rested upon the bar. As she now will end up walking towards it. I believe we have business to discuss after all.
We must. And there is silence that remains in the dripping blood and viscera of this now painted bar. And you hear a My, what a wonderful show that you just put on. What a wonderful thing indeed. You see that the barker is now rising from behind the bar, just clapping. Now, I suppose you'll be looking for your prize.
If that's what you wish to call it.
No, it's what it is. You killed the champion. And you would see that whoop. What was it, Goshmak?
Killed the champion and then some.
Yes, he killed the champion and then some. he places the the ignition key on the bar, along with some kind of device that will the cartographic map, as far as the board that is now splattered with blood said. It's kind of illegible now. By all means, come and claim what's yours.
I think I will. Farashi walks away, leaving the keys and the map on the table, as she and her sister start to take exactly what is hers. The survivors, and being ready to make sport. I believe at that point that would constitute as a replenishment from my shock earlier, would that not?
It would, yes. So you will regain 1d3 plus, I believe it's rank shock. It's either rank or tier. I will check. Yep. Yes. Yes, it is 1d3 plus 3. And so, you do. Moving to recovering the one shock that you took and then some, as you take these for sport. Gorshmak, Pure, and Cloak. You are left in the Viscerid bar. The Barker still standing behind the bar with his arms crossed, just waiting for you to take what is yours.
Piotr will look between the two. The map, if I may.
Wordlessly, as I killed the champion, I take the key.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brother, would you dare join me for a meal? You did slaughter it. It is your meal.
And he just you are the larger one. He defers to you for the moment. Plus, you talk a lot more, and he appreciates that.
I'm gonna give the corpse a good sniff. Obviously, of the champion, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Yes.
it smells rotten. And the Barker just kind of leans on one arm. Yes, I wouldn't eat him if I were you. He's kind of rotten on the inside.
Rotten in what respect, my good sir?
He kind of just gestures to the body, kind of in a look again motion.
I'll give it another once over.
And you would see that it is not blood, but green, some kind of green ichor.
Do I know what this ichor represents?
Make me a scholar test.
I get him. There's the regular die. Oh, sure I'm actually wasn't scholar or not. 2.
Well, for starters, you get a glory. And the other... Yes, you know what this means. He said it was human. He's not, he's not looking too human right now. I would like you to roll me a corruption test.
Okay, where do I find that at? Attributes?
Yep, you can find that under attributes.
Corruption.
Yep.
GM?
Roll, it will be conviction that you roll.
Any bonuses or rolls modifiers?
No.
Or roll modifiers?
Well, you get another glory.
Glory to the Emperor! I mean, to Shigarol.
And 3 will mean that, no, you don't suffer anything from this, but it is this disgusting sludge that just smells so toxic. It's like it's almost rotten.
Corrupt.
Yeah.
Is this thing, whatever I attempt to eat, chaotic?
You smell it now, and that putridity reeks of chaos.
So, what did I just knowingly ingest?
You didn't eat any, remember?
No, that's right. No.
Because you smelled it and it smelled off, and you decided not to eat it.
Right. So, my good man, he reeks of... And he kind of looks around to see if there's anybody else left in the building.
Nope, the survivors are currently being dealt with by Farashi and her sisters. You swear that you hear a scream in the a scream in the background that is very quickly quietened by the lash of a whip or a razor flail, probably a razor flail.
He will get close to the bartender. Not intimidatingly, so just enough to have a gentle, close conversation.
Yep.
Who did he worship? And it's not the Emperor. You and I both know that.
How astute of you. All you need to know is that you've done me a favor.
And what rewards beget this favor?
Exactly what I just gave you.
The speedster and the map.
Correct.
Well, as I did your deed, was he even pure human? Or did something turn him?
Hmm. Maybe. Maybe not. It's kind of hard to tell anymore, really.
Do I sense a pattern in his speech?
You do not.
Okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe the Imperial Guard will probably be arriving here at any moment, and I do not wish to deal with them, so I'm going to take my leave.
Yes,
I
my
would
good sir.
I would suggest that you three do the same. Go find that Drukari woman.
Yes. I thank you for the most righteous hunt, my good sir. Maybe if we see each other on this planet more, we could work together as information specialists.
Oh, if only you were so lucky.
Well, I think I hear the klaxon of the guard. Please keep yourself well. And he will depart after Farashi with map.
Yep.
Assuming the other two either followed in tow or fucked off to who the hell knows where. It's not his concern at this point. Farashi and her sisters are his concern.
Yes. Now, did you examine the map whilst in there at all?
Yes.
Alright,
I
so...
looked at it at least once to make sure that it was, yes, a map of this planet.
Yes. Cloak, because you would be the one to have this, I would like you to make me a scholar check.
Okay. Let's see here.
And I would have actually showed the map to the two of them to say that, yes, this is real.
Where is that?
Dollars under
Oh.
skills. Be near the bottom.
Alright, let's...
That'd be 5.
That is 5. Oh, that one is Psychic Mastery, not Scholar.
Nope. Oh, one too high. Let's try that.
There we go.
Oh, that's a 2.
But it's a glory.
I mean, glory.
Alright, so, with your 2, that's enough to tell that the map details various underground structures on this planet. Maybe it's some kind of old war map. As you know that this planet has been the site of several very, very large battles. And that Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
And the thing that strikes you the most is that the rogue trader did say that that object you were looking for was hidden somewhere on the planet. And you have something to bargain with in terms of fast transportation.
I do.
So not only do you have that, you can realize that that maybe it's not exact, but maybe it could possibly be that knowing what's underground would be very useful in trying to find this item, especially since, well, if it was above ground, one could simply just do a spatial auspex scan for it.
Well, knowing this and having the transportation and that, this is the item everybody is after, I would, of course, follow and tow and relate that information to at least the other Kurt.
You notice something. Again, in clicks and whistles.
Oh man, I'm trying to narrow in on the character.
PR.
I'm sorry, what?
PR.
Yeah, that's the other crit that you're talking to currently.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm in not my own as I'm trying to figure out how he would how he would communicate this.
Mine
Well,
is binary, low gothic, orc, Groot, and
oh
Elrond.
no, it'd be certainly in Crute though. I meant more so stylistically. I've tried to get into the role
Okay.
play of it since you guys are so good at that. But no, it'd be very matter of fact. Just relate that information to you again. Just letting you run things since you're the big tanky one, and he's happy to let you take all the attention for any of this as it goes down. So he'll relate that information very discreetly to you, so that you are the one with that as far as anyone else is concerned.
Old war, lots of underground bunkers, and this is a map of them. Very well. Do we wish to take our new compatriot with us? The
Again,
loud
clicks
one.
The orc.
Yes.
Another distraction is always handy.
Very well. In orcish / low gothic. So, he's wants jobs. He's got
Gorshmak has been watching the barker before the man's departure, and then turns to the Crute with power still glowing in his almost crimson eyes. Gorshmak wants loots. Gorshmak come with. Find things, clump beasts. Gorshmak, good ally.
again in low gothic. He agrees. In response, in orcish, we's gonna do good for Crumpins. We's after the knife here now to help her. Yes?
Yes, let Gorshmak look at map.
I will carefully let him examine the map, pointing out different areas that may be of interest.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's a lot of very interesting there are quite a number of bunkers on this map, and you recognize them. You recognize what a bunker is. It's the when the Yumis have the big guns, and sometimes the knife-eared Yumis and the blue fish Yumis and the robot Yumis and all of them. They have stuff under the ground where they put all the big guns and hide information, and they hide the loots in them. And so you know that if you look through these, you should definitely find some very, very lootable items.
And that's what I would have relayed is very lootable here, here, here. Under dirt.
Gorshmak looks quite pleased with not only the Crute's information, but his own reading of the map. One stubby finger moving from bunker to bunker, studying them with greed and power-filled eyes before he nods succinctly, slamming his staff onto the ground and grunting. Orc and allies must move. Yumis come soon. Yumis in big suits.
Yes. Big mech. We don't want big mech. And he will start heading toward the mistress, Farashi.
All right.
Taking the map if, Grip is let go.
The orc does.
Then he will rescind the map and tie it up and make sure it's got its alt seals and all that, and
Yep.
book it as he hears the boots.
All right. I would assume that Gorshmak, you are following,
Yes.
and I am sure Cloak, once he returns, because he had to BRB for a second, I'm sure Cloak will most likely also follow.
That was the plan.
Yes.
Again, better to check with the plan than assume.
That was the plan. But I imagine Cloak probably doesn't want to stick around as
Yumi's coming.
a squad of Imperial Guards start searching around.
Well, regular Imperial Guard or Astartes Imperial Guard?
Imperial Guard.
Such is always the question.
Whether they have Astartes with them, you would have no idea unless you stayed around and looked. And well, if they find you, they're probably going to shoot you.
Yeah, so in that case, no. We's gonna get to groping. Boots on the ground.
Yes. And as the klaxon sounds to send out guard, whether that be just regular Astra Militarum guard or Raven guard or any other kind of guard that you really don't want to deal with.
Existence is pain.
The three of you leg it out of the bar, out of the bar / fighting pit, towards the direction you knew Farashi would have taken to get the slaves somewhere nice and safe to be processed for transportation. And I think with that, that is where we are going to end the roleplay portion of this session for today.
Is that acceptance, betrayal, sorrow, anger, or acceptance? Yes.
It's all of those.
The answer is yes.
Orcs don't have a very complex range of emotions. It's if I'm happy, I hit it. If I'm sad, I hit it. If I'm angry, I hit it.
To a hammer, every problem is a nail.
Yes, to a hammer, every problem is a nail. And well, everything's beginning to look a lot like hammers. Sorry, everything's beginning to look a lot like nails, rather. So, we will very quickly wait for 12-Zad Guide to return, and I'll do some discussion about where we shall go for the proper episode 1. You have been set on the trail. But no, Drukhari like orcs. Drukhari like orcs a hell of a lot. Mainly because they're just really, really tough. And so you can just do whatever you want to them, and they don't really,
They make more.
Yeah, they make more.
They're real fun guys.
They are real fun guys. Oh, God. I love the flat walk.
So, I like to express that in binary. False equals true statement.
Yes. False
sorry.
equals true.
True statement equals false. Negative 1114111101110001.
Pop.
Yes. Also the sound of many cyberdongs against toast. I had to make it.
At least you're not dealing. At least you're not dealing with a Magos that has a discipline streak.
Oh, that's hot. I mean, that's terrifying. What?
It should. I mean, it should be. They're studying atavistic. They're studying atavistic structures, and if you interrupt their research, they are likely to turn you into research. Weirdly
that sounds cool.
similarly to the Drukari, actually. I like to think that they're better. They're not. They're not.
Sorry about that.
No, it's more than
No
fine.
problem.
Apparently, there's something going on in my neighborhood. The cops are going door to door.
Ah. How strange.
Nobody's on fire.
Now apparently somebody's gone missing, so they're looking.
Ah.
Ooh.
No, that's fair enough that you had to step away. Nothing major happened. Basically, the klaxon sounding that, oh, the guard are on their way, and everyone decided to book it.
Yeah, no, I still have my headset on. I heard all of it.
Yeah, so they
Oh, cool.
basically just went with the plan and booked it out of the bar, so that they didn't get caught by the guard, and then that's where we ended. But yes, it is. I feel like there is a very interesting dynamic coming into being just with a little bit of time that we've spent together, and with the things that I'm going to be throwing at you. I think this dynamic is going to evolve into something beautiful. I mean, by the standards of like a Slaneshi cultist or a Cornate maybe, but beautiful nonetheless.
Beautiful as Lucius the Eternal.
Yeah, sure. As beautiful as Lucius the Eternal.
Hey, pals. It's your boy Lucius here.
Yeah, no,
Moving on.
Lucius is terrifying. But that is the end of the presentation that we have for you tonight. Now, do we have anyone who's currently streaming? I believe there is someone streaming right now.
There are quite a few people I could think of.
Yes. Yes, it's muted. It's muted. Good, 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 good.
Is it Maddie?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a good
Yeah.
idea. We're gonna go raid an old friend of the channel. Someone by the name of Matty Morgs. Now, if you guys haven't seen Matty Morgs before, well, he does quite a large number of different things, all to do with D&D, and just running a general, a virtual storefront in general, and it's really good. I really enjoy his channel, and of course I play in his Tuesday game, playing currently Professor Cypher in the Chroma Company game. So, we're gonna go give him a raid. But I hope you guys out there in the audience have enjoyed the beginning of this little adventure. I hope you guys as the players are enjoying the beginning of the torture that I am going to put you through. And we will see...
Harder.
And we will see you on Tuesday Australian Eastern Standard Time, or Monday American Time, for the next episode of Brisbane by Night River City Secrets. That's the end of this presentation, everybody. Thanks for watching. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
What was that, Derek?
I didn't say anything.
Is that it? Okay.
Okay.
Yes. I'll send this back.